Why, hello there. Let's get all squared away here. Uh-oh. Is that working correctly? Maybe. Hopefully. Y'all will have to tell me. Is my microphone working correctly? It looks to be, but OBS is freaking out a little bit. We should have game audio and me. Okay. Hang on one sec. I'll do this. Theoretically, okay, I think we're good. Alrighty then. Let's just warm up with a little solitaire before we really get into the nitty-gritty and figure out what we were supposed to build next. I still need 10 more wins for the achievement that I want. Okay, well this is a nice start. We can get some of that all over there. Oh yeah, we can get this green dragon out of here right away. Perfect. Now, though, you could live over there. My red guys are buried here. The black guys are also buried. But you can come here. This red is going to become a problem. Unless I do that, then it's not a problem. If we throw this up here, we can move these over here. That can come back down here. We could swap these. That'd get me a little room. And then get me to move that over here. And then, yeah. So you, that, you, that, you. There we go. Gets me a little bit of breathing room. I need to free up... Yes. Okay. Yes to my mic working, I presume. I hope. OBS has decided to just, you know, it's OBS. It's jank. But it works! Okay. You would live here. But then I have an 8 floating here I can't really do anything with. The wife got addicted to the solitaire. She is immortal. I feel like the reviews for this game should almost just be a lovely solitaire game packaged in a strange way. I need to get rid of or move this force somewhere. Where's my other 5? My 5 is buried there. If I move you somewhere, I could swap around a little bit. And that would free that up. And then I'd have another 9 that I need to find something to do with. But I guess that could be my way forward. Or, well, I need 2 free spaces. You could go here, but that leaves me with these 2 guys trapped. Oh, I could also just chuck these up here. Let's do that instead. Oh, I might have just screwed myself there. Because I might have needed those to shuffle things around. It's fine. I hope. So, we got to be careful here. If I move you over here and you up here, that gets those out of the way. And that leaves me with a 7 here. I need to... How many free spaces? I would have one free space then, I think. I think I'm okay to do that. Like so. You can come over here. You could do that. You could do that. Gets these out of the way. Perfect. Okay. And then I just need to do that. They sell it separately even for a couple bones. Nice. Okay. Does it come with the same achievement in the standalone version, or is there different achievements, more achievements? Okay, you can come here because that'll give me a 1 out of there. That'll free up the green dragon guy back there. That'll get me another 1 out. This is already... Not that one, this one. That's 3. I would love for you to come out and play. If I move you up, I can put you here, and I can move you up, get the greens out of the way. Perfect. Yeah, you can live here. That can come over here. It gives me a free space. I need... You wouldn't go there. If I put you up here, you don't have a home. You can go here, but that's not really a good home. I really need is another 5 to come out and play. Put you over here. I got a 2 that comes out, a 7. I could shuffle these around a little bit. That might be my best bet. 2 actually goes up. Probably. Either way, it's fine. I would kind of prefer if it didn't almost. If you came up here, I would have a 3. I would need to find a... Well, I guess the 9 could live there. I think the same, she's not seen progress anything larger. It should show you, unless they're like hidden achievements, it should show you in Steam. I'm hesitant to move you up, but I don't know, because I need at least 1 space, and a stack is usually a better use. Alright, we're just going to YOLO it. You. Ooh, what am I going to do with my 4? I need a 5 to come out, so I would need to put you here. That would give me that there, which would let me move this here, but then I got a 9 floating here, and I still need an empty space and nowhere to put this 5. If I move you, then you probably fly up there. And then I have a 7. Nothing to do with. If I move you here, that, 5. Yeah, we went down that path thinking. My green 2. My green 2's up there. Move you here. You go there. You can go up there if you need to. But then I'm still stuck with a 7. might be hosed on this one. Oh, actually, no. If I move you here, I can get my black boxies up there. That gives me a 2, which can go there. It'll give me a free space. So I got 2 free spaces that way. Now let's reevaluate my options here. For one, you can come out here. And then you can come here. If I move you... If I move you, then I can put you here temporarily. That gets the red guys out of the way. That's the best play. Because then I can do that. And then... Oh, that's what's going on. It's like, why did they all fly away? One was subtly off. All right. Another 2 wins in the book. Let's go figure out what problems we're solving today. Oh, I'm not going to do that, right? Meow. Because I have to edit a text file for this, and that's going to be annoying. Simple data router for smart grids. X bus inputs are blocking. Okay, so we just sleep on X. That's good. Oh, I also need to grab my notepad for the super secret squirrel. The other one. Super secret squirrel commands. Gen and then the at for the execute only once. Okay. Connect all inputs so they can be read at once simultaneously. All right. All right. What do we got here? So we got meter in and meter out, X bus inputs and outputs that connect this node to a building's smart grid power meter. Okay. Lower in and lower out are X bus inputs and outputs that connect this node to a node with a lower ID number. And then higher is for a higher. Okay, so it's like a linked list almost, but with hardware devices. First value in a data packet is the ID number of the destination and indicates how the packet should be handled. And where is my meter? What are you? What piece is this? Okay. Are you just like in my way? So the first value in the data packet is the ID number of the destination and indicates how the packet should be handled. How do I know what my ID is? That's meter. Meter in and meter out. All right, put you over here until I know what you're doing. The second value in the data packet is the length of the rest of the data packet. Okay. Okay, so we need to go into a loop. When we get it for that amount. So if it's equal to our ID, but I don't know, what is our ID? So lower in and lower out are both input and output. Oh, the local ID number of the node is stored in a secure identity chip. That must be this guy. That can be read as an X bus input. Okay. So I am going to put you up there, though, because I only need to read from you once. You're like a ROM. Helps if you read all of the instruction. Okay, so. This is going to be chonky. So we need to sleep until we get info. And I think... Are they all the inns? Okay, yeah, so lower in... Yeah, so all of the inputs, or the inns are inputs. And we just need to switch and route. Okay. So I'm gonna need 3x buses for each... Plus another... to read this. Do I want to do it this way? That's a P. I can't do that. Oops. Let's do that. And then this can be nicer, prettier. Like so. But that saturates all but a simple. Don't have... There's this guy who has 4, but that's the same amount as this. And it needs to have code space for doing the routing, right? Probably need to scooch you over. That's gonna complicate that though. Could also go up, I suppose. Oops, that's a P. So I could do that and that. And then I'll need... I guess I could theoretically put... I'm not compelled to put either 0 or 100 into this. But 100 is the max, I think? But that seems to be okay, actually. Except I would need to cook up some kind of protocol for this if I wanted to split this across 2 chips like that. But I don't really want to do that if I don't have to. It is a game. It is Shenzhen I. The other option, though... The confounding factor is that I need to be able to read all of these. Hey, thanks for that sub. I really appreciate that. I need to be able to read all of these and do all of the switching inside of one, right? Because if I tried to split this... that causes problems with my life. So like if I only had higher in and meter in, then this also needs to read this thing. Although we could say we could split the 3. Except for if higher in is us, we still need to put it to meter out. And if higher in is lower than us, we still need to put it to lower out. Would say this is educational for learning about hardware. I'm not a hardware guy. I have no idea how close this is in any way, shape, or form to actual hardware. I would suspect it's probably not. Like, other than the basic wires go places sort of way, probably not. But that's just a minimally educated guess. We could also do a chip just to handle inputs and then pass it off to something that does the routing. Which actually might be a good answer because it condenses everything, right? Because this guy should really only be cared about, where do I spit this out at? So he would probably need to know, and we can move you over here to tidy that up a little bit. And then we have 4 here, which allows us to do this one, and this one. I probably need to scoot this someplace. We'll clean up that in a second. Because we need room to do this, and then you can come into, let's say, X1. Might as well be X0, I suppose. We can put you into X1 there. Except it only gives me 2 outs. Which is still a problem. Red is next bus input. Because we really want to be able to do this really, really badly. And I presume that this would be always active, so we couldn't like cheat it like that. Now it's blocking because we need to, let's just do that really quick. Yeah, so that's always putting out a signal. So, problematic for us. We also couldn't use you. We could. It's kind of like a waste of a chip. But lacking other options, you could have like an initializer type deal. Kind of out of room, maybe if we made some room down here. you couldn't go into here because we can't have that output going to lower out. Get over there. You come down here instead. You go there. You go there. You scooch one. You scooch one. So we can say, do the move x1, x3. And then we, top of U, we say move x0 to dat. And then we sleep until we get more info. So that would boop, and then he just goes to sleep forever. We might have to... I don't know if we have to do or not. We'll leave it out for a second until we know if we do. And then your entire job becomes... we have to figure out how we're going to handle, because there's multiples that need to be read, right? And I think, yeah, you have to tell it. Oh, maybe that's another wrinkle to where we need multiple chips here. Okay. The plot thickens. Because we don't have a way... If we sleep until we see something on X0 and we get a signal on X1, it's still going to be asleep. But we also can't read on these pins until there's actually something to read. They're blocking. So if we tried to read on something with nothing, it would block. I bet you there's a super secret command that we don't know the syntax for yet that would allow us to do that. But we do have this already set up. Then we have like a data bus here, right? So actually that still stays as a single one-time command. So does that. And we can sleep until we get a signal there. And then in here, we sleep until we get there. And we move you there. And then this is the same. And then this is the same. Like so. So they're just basically our non-blockers. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And then you, when we get a signal, we need to say, we need to compare, and I need to look up the syntax here. Because there's a compare. It is TCP. And then it's X0 to dat. So this is our first thing. So if A is greater than B, so if X0 is greater than us, we need to go to higher out. So we say, we also need to say, we need to have a loop in here. We'll call you send loop until there's a reason to shorten you. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Because the first one is the length. But this is going to always be true that we need to do this, regardless of whether or not this is the case. We're going to have repetitive instructions otherwise. And I don't know if we can just say move x0 to the accumulator, let's just say. If I could type correctly, that would help. And then can we split up our comparison case like this? Let's find out. If we can, then I would say, okay, so if A is greater than B, which means that this is greater than us, so we need to send to the higher out. Then we except for we can't send loop because we can't set a variable for the thing the pin out we're trying to address. But we could just say actually we can still do this. Move you to ACK, and then we're gonna say here maybe move x0 x 1 is our lower. It's in the case where this is greater than us. No. We need to do this. This is tricky. Hang on. I'm getting wrapped around the axle here. If the ID is greater than our ID, it goes to the higher node. Let's actually put that back. X1. It's actually X3. I don't even know if this is allowed. I'm gonna try it. If it's less than us, then we do that. X1. And then in both of these cases, I need to say jump to this back to the send loop. But that's going to be broken. We just need to prove this out really quick. See if I can even do that. Otherwise, we need to rethink things a little bit. If they're equal, then we move you there and do that. So this is gonna be an endless loop, but that's fine for just this second. So, doop, doop. Oh wait, it's not okay. Wait, where did we get, oh, we got, okay, yeah. Not sleeping block done read. Because we didn't. So we're sleeping, we get it. We get our 596. We get 596 again. We don't have the signal on X0 yet. Or we do. So we get our 596 and then we get the 4. Oh, which goes in. I thought compare consumed my value. Am I wrong? So it's reading. It gets 4. It's reading. It gets 81. That goes to the out. Oh, we also have to rebroadcast the ID too. Ah, crap. Because we have to do the whole packet passed on. Okay, I see. Well, that looks like assembly language. I'd recognize it anywhere. Well, Shenzhen I, right? How you doing today, Mr. Ash? So this is problematic. But maybe it's actually easier there. It's just different. So we still move you to data. We need to say, we need to put you into the accumulator. At first. People, I'm well enjoying the sheer boredom of my vacation. I'm jelly. People don't realize it, but it's good to be bored every once in a while. Kind of. It's good to, like, have time to process and generate ideas. And my camera has gone blurry. But, like, I really struggle with being bored. Because I need to do things. Like have my camera completely die. That's one of those things. So then I'll unplug it. And then I'll plug it back in. One of these days I'll have to try to figure out if this is like a driver issue or if it's a camera issue. There we go. But yeah. Not today. Not this day. That meme, what was it? I'm burnt out. I need a whole weekend just to relax. Later, I wonder if there's a way for me to relax, which would be more productive. I mean, it's not so much that. It's just that, like, there are a lot of things that I want to do. and not enough time to do them while also, you know, having a job and all that nonsense that facilitates life. So, you know. What if I don't care about the packet size? We can still put you in AC. But then we can do our compare. Act dat. If you're greater, if AC is greater than dat, which means it's bigger than us, move AC. Now this, is this gonna eliminate AC? That might be a problem. Because if it sets it to 0, I don't like it. But then, well, we do need to know. So in either case, actually, no, we need to do that. Otherwise, that. And this is where it starts to get tricky. Because of the third case where they're equivalent. But also I need to repeat this. This whole process. But actually I could, well, yeah, okay, so if I called you forward loop, then you fall into there. We forward you. We need to know when you end is the main problem here. You go to X2 otherwise. Another register is what I need, but I don't have one. Stat we just cannot change unless we reread every time we send stuff, which I mean it could work. But then this bus becomes a problem because we need a way to get this guy out of there. I didn't have the right chips, Captain. I need just more. I need more X buses. Well, so the thing is, you see, if we were to stay in this loop until we still don't have this guy. And these guys being blocking means I can't just blast out a thing that says, hey, what was my ID again? Because that's problematic. Okay, what if we think about this in a little bit different way? What if we spread this out and then only had you... What if we chuck that? We already have these chips that are severely underutilized, right? Let's just nuke all that real quick. What if we kept with our kind of like a bus idea? Oh, it's deeply frustrating to me that those aren't... You can't space them evenly in here. Okay, hang on. Shush. I know you're not connected. Deeply annoying. Okay. Let's wire up X0 to be our input for all of these guys for data in. And then let's wire up, ooh, I guess I can do that. X1 to be our ID. And then X3 will be our outs, right? So we sleep until we see something on X0. And then we say, you only care if this is greater, we move you to the accumulator. No, we don't. We move you to X3. And then we say, hi to you as well there, Amon? Amon? I'm not sure how you say your name. And then we move X0 to AC, because this is our deal. We have a forward loop where we say, I guess we could just put, this is all still in the truthy case, truthy branch, whatever you want to call it. We move you to X3, subtract 1. If AC is greater than 0, we jump back to the forward loop. Except for this is now test equal. This is now test less than? Am I a genius or am I completely wrong? Ooh, I'm gonna have blocking trubs. And also it's going... the wrong place because we're getting signal here. What I need is one more line. Oh, and I also forgot to forward that on. Not sure multiple chips are able to read from X bus at the same time. Yeah, they are. You can see it working. You can see 596 comes in to all of them. And then they all get... Except for you didn't get... Oh, you did. I'm just blocking on these guys. So I'm 90% sure I can do this. I just need more room. And I need a better way to disregard messages that aren't for me. Because I still need to read them. And this guy would be one line longer, so I'd have to like stagger them, but I guess I probably could use 3 of them. I would like to not, though. But I don't know that I can do without doing that. Let's think here. So I still need to wait for something to come in on that. That is truth. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? What I do in both cases here is the tricky part. Because I need like 2 loops, right? I need one that just disregards, just drops packages. Or packets, I guess you might say. Is this Chinese game? Not really. It's a Zachtronics game. And I could say... But I just won't have enough room for this. I wait for an input here. If x1 is greater than x0, and this is where I need to be in send loop. Except I also need to say I need you to move to X3, but then I need to move X1 to AC because this is our counter. And then I need to say if AC is greater than 0, I move you. Remove 1 from AC, and then I don't have enough room for the dropping, right? That becomes problematic. Okay, it gets a pass as it is initially released in 2016. It's been a hot second since this game came out. That's for sure. I think I need to just upgrade to a bigger chip because I don't have either the brain power or the syntax knowledge, because there's hidden syntax, we know that, to do this quite this way just yet. Let me put these away for a second too. I need you to have a little bit more room. You're going to be my X0 here. You're going to be my X1 here. We're going to need a bridge there so that you can have an X0 and an X1. And then I'm going to need... Ooh. What if I scoochied you down one? Because I'm going to need this guy to also come out here. I guess we can swap. That's annoying. No, I can't swap. Because I need to be able to route that up. Ah! I guess you get to move 2 forward then, so that I can have a double bridgey bridge here. And then I guess you can still swap. It's still annoying, but it is what it is. Except for I need... That won't work. I still need you to be able to get over here. I have room for other things. I guess I could put this guy over here. Maybe? You'd have to like do a bridge there. X3. X2 goes to out. X3. No room for 2 to go to out. X2 goes to out. X3 goes to out. The next 2 becomes a problem. So that's not a viable layout. We did this. You there. So you're lower. Still need more roomy rooms. Guess we can do that. You can go there. Y'all could share a ribbon here. Then I got to get it down one more. I would need you to come over one more still. That gets you to x3. Just barely enough room for that. So x0, x1, x0. And then you're connected to x2, x0, x3. How's my stuff doing? Which stuff? The engine stuff? I'm progressing through the editor rewrite fairly well. Tackling the map widget next. I worked on that a little bit this morning before I got on here. What about TCP instead of TLT, TGT? Yeah. I did that. But I run out of room. And it's also tricky because test compare. Your positive instructions are enabled in one case, your negative instructions are enabled in the other, but then you have both disabled in the third. So you end up with a lot of duplicate code, which runs you out of room really, really fast, because you have to say, okay, well, if you're greater than, you need to do this and then jump. If you're less than, you need to do this and then jump. And then if you're not, then you need to do this and then jump, right? So you wind up just blowing up your lines real fast. Yikes, that's quite a logistical puzzle you got there. Yes. Yeah, I did try. Yeah, have not been following your scenario perfectly. I had prep tasks due for Turkey Day. Absolutely. But yeah, I tried that initially too, and I quickly ran out of space, which is what led me to kind of the bus idea with all these different inputs. I mean, your projects, yeah, they're going. I'm working through, earlier today I was working through how I want to handle connection tiles in Dart. So I finished doing the data model for map, and I started building the controller for map. I need to build out, I think it's basically going to be three different classes just for simplicity's sake, so that from the consumer side, you don't really have to know what kind of tile you are when you try to update a thing. So like a connection, because connections don't exist as an actual discrete object in the engine. They are pointers that are shared amongst a single connection thing that helps to route them, and they're bidirectional. So it's a little tricky. And I did that specifically because I wanted to be able to specify different parameters for one to the other, right? So this direction and this direction could be completely different in, like, if it's a hidden door, let's say, and you find it and you go through it, it shouldn't be a hidden door to get back out of there, right? So it added complication, but working through that. And then my theory is that I'll just switch on what kind of widget it is in the UI to display a different widget for them, because the icons are different too, and they have different permutations. So instead of trying to build a single thing that represents them all in the UI widget sense, it makes sense to do diagonals and horizontals and verticals, I think, just from a workability standpoint. And I also need to implement, because cardinal directions are so just like intrinsically tied to what I'm doing with the map, I need to implement the coordinates, because they're just stored as an integer array with 2 positions, but they really need to be smarter, because it's very handy to be able to say, I have an origin point and a destination. What direction am I going, right? And to be able to abstract that off into a thing that handles that reliably was really, really helpful in the Go code, and I'm just going to have to reduplicate that in Dart. The joys of not being able to share code, right? But it really helps to put things in the right places and to sanity check your stuff as you're building it from the data. So yeah, we'll be back on that tomorrow. Okay, so anywho, as I was fumbling through, so this is gonna reorder all of my points, which I'm not crazy about at all, but my input ordering, it's gonna, fine, I hope. We do the same thing. We sleep until we have an input here. This is the higher. So we say if you're greater than my x3, nope, x2, then we move x0 to x3. 1 second. Okay. So we move you. Now we need to say, all still within the greater than, we need to move x0 to ac. This is my count. Now, let's actually say, you're my forward loop, and you're my drop loop. Actually, this is always the case. We always need to move that there. If it is greater, and I'm hoping I can split up my greater than this way. I think I can. I'm not 100% sure. Move ac x3. And then if it is, we can get away with not doing that. We can just say if it's not, we jump to the drop loop. The drop loop is very easy. If ac is greater than 0, sub 1, sleep 1. Afterwards, you'll fall back out into waiting. Forward loop, on the other hand, we just say, if ac is greater than 0, move x0 to x3. I forgot to put my positives in there. And then, ooh, I need to, still need a sub 1. Uh-oh. I just shed like one line. Oh, we remember we can put these on. So we're going to shorten that a lot so that I have room to put you up there. I'm going to make you derp. You jump to derp so that we can just squeeze in a little extra. And then my, there we go. Chat, skip back to screen. There we go. Okay, so we sub 1, we jump to forward again. And then here we jump to derp if it's greater than 0. And I think this is correct. We just need to, this is x1, x1, x0, x2, x1, x1. I should have done this at one time. X2. So zeros need to become ones. I think it's the last one. Yeah, okay. That was rough. This one is 0. X2s need to become X3s. There's only one of them. X3s need to be X2s, except for the first one. Like that. Okay. Oop, that didn't go right. So we get our 596. Oh, also forgot to less than, and then you are equal. Okay. 596 is our number. That's what should have come in. So we should see everybody but the middle guy here in drop loop. You're moving. We're jumping to drop. Ooh, except for... How did you get 62? $596 comes in. X0 should not be greater than X2 up in the top one. Move you in. 62. Oh no, Mr. Ash was right. These guys go in and then they get... Whoever reads... Oh no! If one reads them, it does take it off the bus. That's problematic. Well, crap. However, if we can... Let me copy that really quick. And let's test something here. Oh, actually, hang on. No, I had the sleeps correct. Can I... If I do this... Oh, only one of them still gets it? Crap. That's not how electricity works. Okay. That really bones my plan. It's okay. This was kind of spaghetti mess anyway, and I wasn't super happy about that part. Let's rethink things a little bit then. So only one thing can read reliably. That's still okay in the sense that we can have a single chip all on the same deal. Don't recall this one giving me so much trouble, but I can't recall how I solved it either. Well, I mean, even if you could, like, the journey is part of the fun, you know? If we do that, though, we still have problems with Sleepy. Which is the thing that kind of tripped us up to begin with, where we can only sleep on one and then we're blocking, right? Here's an interesting question. If I had, and we'll just do this for the sake of testing, because this guy emits constant this data, right? Can I put you on a bus? Kind of. You still go to whoever's reading first. Which we can't really have. Because we have one time unit here for setup. Which is problematic, right? The idea to put these guys all together. Like, yes, it's a super underutilization, but it at least wrangles everything. Because we don't care who sent this. We care only about what it is, right? And I guess if we did that, we could do that and keep this tucked up here. And we still need to do our... Well, I guess we wouldn't need to do that because we always have it to read. But we run out of inputs here. Or outputs, rather. Pins, I should say. Oh, you know what? Well, no, this goes to XBus to simple. So I can't do that. If I... would need the bridge if I did that. The lack of outputs is my biggest problem with this, right? Otherwise, we could code it almost the same way we did. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I hope my undo history goes back far enough. It probably won't. We'll probably have to rebuild the Spagooter. Here we go. It did. Excellent. Okay. So, in this configuration, instead of dropping, we just need to sleep, right? So if you're greater than, then I need to handle you. I need to get set up to handle you. I need to fire you on. I need to do this. I need to do that. Otherwise, I need to sleep for act. Actually, this happens always. And then I need to, if you're greater than, I do that. Otherwise, I sleep. Okay. If you're less than, or you're not less than, rather, sleep for accumulator. Same deal. How do you like them apples? Somebody's blocking. Here we go. Okay, so I also forgot to I need to also store this, otherwise it gets consumed. So I need to do that. You are X0 on this side. You X0 there. So we fire, we rebroadcast that. Oh, I can't do that either. Crap. Because I won't know how long to sleep for. Ugh. Problematic that. Okay, so we still can't do that way exactly. But we might be on to the right path. think we still just need these guys. So that we can sanely combine this. Because there needs to be only one input. Wait. Wait. I can do that. What am I thinking? Because in our examples here, they don't come in at the same time. Unless they're going to throw that wrinkle in later. Possible, right? So we could still do that. Now the only problem is I still need this to be able to be read at least one time. I was just about to suggest something like that, yes? That's what they all say. I guess I could just put you down here. Tidy that up. No, that doesn't work. I have the same problem. Let's do that. That's the wrong flavor. That. And then one time only. But then I have the problem where I need to filter this state. So I can't do that really. Because I need my other register. I need accumulator to be an accumulator. That's important. And I think even though it's ugly, what I need is two controllers. Probably something like that. Something like that. We need a little more room. And to split the logic, even though it's going to be hard, I think the other way is just that it's impossible, right? So that can do that. And actually, thinking about it, hang on a sec. Our one trickier case, right, is where it's equal. So we can say, hey, look, if you're... I don't know where I want to put you just yet. Maybe this. We can say, if you're equal, then I'm just going to forward you on. I think we're just going to have bridges. If you're equal, you're going to go to meter out. Otherwise, I'm going to let my sub-processor just figure you out. So you still need that. You need that. You need that. You need that. Right. Okay, so we're pretty close to where we were. So we still sleep until we have something on the x0 input, right? This, we say, if it's equal, well, actually we need to move you to dat. If you're equal to x1, move dat to x3. We'll have our send again. Move x0 to ac. Move ac to x3, and then if ac is greater than 0, then we sub 1 move x0 x3. And actually this always needs to happen still. Let's collapse these so I have a little bit more room. Almost forgot that. And almost forgot that. Okay, so that... We sleep until we get it. We move you into data so that we can evaluate you. We test if you're equal to x1, which we can always read from. We move the next packet in to ac. We move ac to x3. Here's the prop. I need this to happen in either case, but to a pin. Actually, this one too. So we run out of room here. We could say in here. No, we can't do that because it needs to happen one time only in these loops. If it's true, x3 and then I need 2 more lines basically. That becomes tricky. Well, I need like 3 more lines because I need to do my negative case here. I could maybe... If I instead worry about jumping to here. We move that along if it's equal. Otherwise, or in any case, move x0 to ac. And then here, we're still inside of the equal, right? Everything below it should be fine. We've learned that as we played with this. We say, if it's equal, ac to x2, x0 to x2. If it's not, move ac to x. Oops, this is actually x3. This is x2. Ooh, except for this needs to actually be here. Our loop then can be here. We're gonna run out of room again, I think. Yeah, I will. So we kind of need to think about things from here, I think. And we can probably get rid of this. Because it's just burning a line, right? If it's equal, we forward that. We always do that. We do that if it's equal. This is a tricky one. like so. That. And then in this case, if it is equal x3. Is that it? So it goes to x3, that's correct. We move our 4. Move our 81. Move our 70. 62. 71. Oh, I'm off. Wait a second. I'm off by 1. So we have 4. Then we send and we subtract. We need to sub always. We sent on our 4. Now we're on to the first packet. Second packet. Wait. Lost track. First packet sent. Second packet sent. Third packet sent. You're not greater than 0. Oh, wait. Three. Oh, because I have you twice. That's why. Duh. There's the last one gets sent right here. We jump back. Okay, cool. So, and then this gets hung there. I need to break there. Okay. We send you to X2. Oh, you're hung there. Duh. Okay. So you are going to be kind of similar. In fact, you're going to be exactly the same, except for that test case and except for the pinouts. So greater than, actually, that's going to be perfect. No, not quite perfect. Almost perfect. Step, not advance. Okay. You are less than, so you go to X2, which should be lower. You are. You go to lower. You go to lower. What happened there? Why did you go to meter out? Data to X2. 4 goes into AC. We move you to X2. We move the next packet, 21, to X2. Greater than 0, we go back to our loop. X0. Oh, because you took over. Shit. We need to still check again. Because you hijacked my equality. That still didn't work, though. Where do you break? You still break here. Okay, on to 2. On to 2. On to 2. On to 2. It's the first one that failed. Why did you fail? Rio 1 came over. You get sent to lower. How did higher? Oh, because I need to do the same thing here. Doop. Because you get hijacked as well. But you're not X3 here. You're X0. No, I still have something going on. Why am I dumb? Dat comes over. We decide that we're lower. AC goes in. We forward you on. We say we're doing the first loop. Because I used the wrong pin. It's X1 here. All kinds of confused. All my own fault. There we go. Boy, howdy, that took a second, didn't it? Oh yeah, you see this guy? Like way down here with almost no code? It's gotta be some secret scroll stuff. Gots to be. But I'll take it. That's a win. That was a really hard puzzle for me for some reason. Probably because I'm dumb. Let's see. Subsystems for something. Nobody knows what this is. I mean, it's going to be very big and potentially very lucrative for the firms involved. Cool. Okay. Nicely bodged together. Gonna reward myself with some solitaire. I'll stop bodging when they start telling me about their secret squirrel syntax. Okay. You have 2 potentials here. That'll free up a dragon spot. Close to those 3 digits. Yeah. Basically, like, all of my I have 15 minutes and I'm willing to waste them time has gone into this just so that I could get there. I will. I'll cross the finish line on stream someday. But I've been pushing it up so that we don't end up like done with the puzzles and waiting on solitaire. I would rather wait on puzzles. Yes, 100%. Because I don't play the actual game off stream. So if I move you here, then you could come over where you can't with that. So that's the superior, I think. Superior idea, because that will let me free this up one way or another. I don't think it matters. It allows me to pull you here. Let's see. Ugh, everybody's kind of buried. If I were to pull you over here, I could pull out a 5. You'd probably really like their last call BBS then, and we're recommending it for a future play. Maybe. It's really more about the achievement. Like, it's a fine solitaire game. I enjoy it, but I don't know that I'm that into the solitaire aspect without the carrot. But I'll put it on the list. We got so kind of like the loose plan that I have is that I want to finish Shenzhen, and then I want to play Exapunks because I never finished that either years ago when I played it. It's like if I play it on stream, I can trick my brain into saying that I'm working, right? So normally when I play these games, like I just spent, like an hour and a half on a puzzle. And normally when I play these games, I look at that time and I'm like, I could be building something real with this amount of effort. So I do. And then I stop playing the game. But if I'm playing it on stream, it tricks my brain and I'm okay with it. So I want to play Exapunks because I never finished that. And I want to then consider maybe like some hack mud days or something like that. That would be kind of fun. Get stream sniped, live the experience, all that good stuff. And then anything that I play that's like super Cody related will probably go on the main channel here. And then I don't know if other stuff that I want to branch out into. I'm pretty limited by my hardware. My desktop is dead. It didn't survive my last move. I think it was hurt in one of my early moves when I had it strapped down pretty aggressively. I think the vibration kind of just murderized either my motherboard or the CPU. Probably the motherboard. So it's cooked right now. And I need money for parts, and I haven't wanted to spend that money. So I'm pretty limited on hardware. So it's going to be simple games and also time. Because I got all this other stuff I have to and want to do, right? So, but games that are very close to code, I'm cool with putting on the main channel here. And one day, if I have the free time at my leisure, I want to do some other stuff. Let's see. Last Call BBS is Solitaire. It's like a collection of mini games they had ready but didn't stick into other games, so they end up bundling them in some overarching story. Okay, I see. Very simple. And releases a separate game, which is more or less a pack of mini games. I see. Maybe. Are they like code related? If I chuck you up here, I can get a 4 out. It doesn't do me a ton of good. It gets me a 6 free, but I can't put you here. If I chuck the 3 up there, I can pull you over, though. And then you could come over. Let's do that. That's a little bit more forward progress. Then... see, I've got 1, 2. I could chuck 2 up there. That's 2 spaces, though. I really need like a 6 to come out. I could chuck you up there, but it needs to be a black or red 6. Many of them are indeed coding related, like small concepts switched to prototype, but didn't develop into whole games. Oh, okay. If you were like Solitaire and that ilk. The other one that I might think about playing is The Farmer Was Replaced, which is kind of like a coding idle game, which is kind of cool. But we'll kind of mix and match. I want to... On my weekends, it's harder to commit to like a coding on stream because I'm always just constantly grinding on that all week. So with my free time, it's nice to kind of unwind a little bit and code in fake games. I think I've seen that. There's also that one from the Little Inferno people. Little Inferno. I don't... Doesn't ring a bell. Not sure if I've heard of it or not. I put you up there. That comes out. I'm still blocked with the reds. The reds are pretty much a trap, I think. The Human Machine? The Human Resource Machine? Tomorrow Corporation? Program little office workers to solve puzzles. Oh, okay. It's a little more visual codey, if that's the one you're thinking. Tomorrow Corporation. Okay. Is it this? Turing Complete, which is basically building a CPU from discrete logic elements. Really cool. Oh yeah. Oh dear. Gotcha. Huh, maybe. Maybe indeed. Can recommend all these games as being very much up your alley, considering Shenzhen I. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. I mean... when you have space for them, of course, obviously the project comes first. This is mostly a small occasional diversion, I imagine. Yeah, kind of. Just a day to kind of unwind a little bit. Kick back with y'all that my schedule has pushed me out of hanging out with. Okay, so... if I moved you here, I could get you out of there. 6 would come out. That doesn't really get me closer to where I want to be, though. Okay, I could sacrifice 2 free spots and get that 6 out, get that over here. Leaves me with that guy stuck, though. And then I don't have a place to put you. You're a pain in my behind. If I pull both of them out, then I'm stuck here. I might just kind of be boned in this one. Well, if I pulled you up here and you over, well, then I don't have a place to put you. And I don't have a dragon up there to stack on. If I pull my 3... Then I could swap the 7s. And then I'm still boned. I put you up here, I can pull you here. That gets me the wrong color 6. I can put it over here. You come over here. 1 comes out, that comes out, 2 comes out. Swap those around. That might be my only salvation here. If I put a 2 away, then I get a 6 out, and I can start combining things, maybe? Or another 6, I should say. Let's try it. You. Doop. You can come in there. You can come over here. Now, you can actually live there. Oop, that might have been a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. Did it? It's too late now. If I pull you over, then I need to also sacrifice one of those, but I think that's my best bet. Unless I put you up here, you could go over there, you could come over here. Does that gain me anything more? Gets me closer to that dragon. And once he comes out, I think I can get rid of that 5. I can. And that solves that extra space up there. Need you to come here so that you... Oh. Nope. Yeah. Do that. If I put you up here and one of you over here... Yeah. That'll clear those out. Gives me 2 more spaces. Oops. Then you can come over here, gets them out of the way. There we go. I'm gonna do this early and hope I don't regret it. Nicely stacked, thank you, thank you. That feels like a trap, but it gets me 2 1s out, which doesn't really gain me a whole lot actually in this case. If I move you up here, I can get the 6 over, doesn't gain me a ton. I can get this 6 over, gains me 1 of the 1s. I can stack 1 of the 3s, and then the 2 gives me a free space. I think that's my best. Oop, not you. Almost messed that up real big. Really need He's a 5. If I put a 9 there, we move you here, that gets me a red 5. Pulls my 4 down. Doesn't get me out of there, though. I think it's my only real move, though? You there. You here. You there. Gets me a 6. It's my 4 down. YOLO. Could get a 4 out of there. That won't help me a ton. Actually, I could put... No, I can't put you up there. You're the wrong color. Put you up there. That'll get me that off of there. Gets me a 5 down here that I could put you on. Yeah, I think that's my only play here, too. I think it's a trap, though. You can live there, you can live here. I pull you over. I have nowhere to put that. I pull y'all over. I got no 2s that would help me clear up any 3s are free. I can't reach anything. I think I'm kind of cooked. Pull you over, I can pull that out, which leaves me short of green. It's buried. I have a 5. Oh, I can put over here. Oh crap, but I can't get rid of him. Well, I'm really screwed now. Yep. I lost track of the card in my mind, or it was a flawed premise to begin with. Also possible. I like that. There's 3. The other one's buried here. I like that less. You can live there for now, I guess. Y'all can come over here. If you live up here for a second, you can come here and then there. If I free you up, then I get a little wiggle room. I put you here, I could swap you to around. Doesn't really get me a ton, though. Chuck you up there. Then I only have to contend with this 5 and this red guy. Swords. Whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I think that's my only play. And then I have problem. Need the boxes to go first. You're buried behind a sword and a 7 that I have no home for. If I chuck you up here, I don't have home for the 3. I think this one is hosed as well. If I had a place for that 7, I could swap that around a little bit and get this guy over there, but I don't. Because my 8s are buried. Although, I could put you here. I could chuck you here. Pull an 8 out. Yes. Pull an 8 out. Pull the 7 down. Get you over here. Get you guys swapped around. Now, if I move this here, I move that there, I've got boxes out. Now, this will get swords out. Dragons out. Okay, not as boned as I thought for a second there. Let's do that. There we go. Another one closer. Next puzzle time. Let's see. Hexagram is a set of 6 lines. Each line is either solid or broken. 64 combos. Uh-oh. Quicker way to generate hexagrams. 6 coin flips. Physical Eurostock method in miniature store. Okay, strange. Oh my, what shall it be? Right. Rate the display for the result. Obviously, interpretation is up to the user. Okay. So, uh-oh. Button and Oracle. Simple inputs. Where's button? Must be this guy? An Oracle engine. I like it. Display is that. When the button is pushed, the Oracle engine will generate 6 values corresponding to the 6 lines of an I Ching hexagram from bottom to top. Okay. When the final value is generated, the display should be updated to match. So... I don't understand. Six values. I don't understand the inputs and outputs yet here. 6 values. It's a simple input though. So these must be the values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it displays this thing. Let me look at the data sheet for this display again. It's probably what I'm missing in my understanding. I don't understand what this translates to, right? What it maps to. Custom LCD screen. Main issue is holding on to the values until the last one. Otherwise, this would be very straightforward. No, wait, it still is. Looking at my docs here. This doesn't give me... I think part of the puzzle is I need to work out how to display this correctly. So we have two time units of on, off, on, off, on. Two on, one off, one on, one off, one on. Bottom to top, we have two tiny units of nothing. We have one, we have nothing. We have, okay, so it's bottom to top. There we go. Okay. Now, how do I tell this thing to turn on those? That's the next question. So, are you an X? Nope. You are a P. Oh. How do I do this? Because there's 6, so it can't be just a 0 to 100. Okay, there's that. That was 100. What's a 10? 10 does nothing. That's 50. That's 100. 150 should be this guy? No, it's not. Interesting. $100 is that. $50. 100. These guys. Yep. Yep, okay. I follow. So I need to... If I did this... with 2 of these... And for this first one, I would need something like... And I gotta remember... I'm gonna look up the pins on these guys. P2 is 100. So it's 100, 100. So if I wanted to make this pattern, I would need 110, 101. And I could say this. In theory, except that's I got this backwards. This should be Oh, 11? Yes. There. That would be the one, the first one. Now the question is, how am I going to translate this to data packets? Chunk you in here. Something like that. Oracle input there. There. So we're gonna need like this. Otherwise, it'll fall into Read will call you. And we can say P0 100. If you are, then we know the bottom needs to be turned on. And I think that we could say not act, because it's implied. We can set the 0 index here to 1. We sleep for 1. If you're 100 here, set the 1 to 1. Sleep for 1. I'm gonna run out of space here. Except we won't, because oh, we need to also do the test again, though. Hiding right under my mouse. Do. And then ooh. We'll run out of space. We can at least test this theory. Because I'm not sure that... Okay, so it did set it to 11. We know that we can shorten this by a couple lines. We can say... Except for it's going to eat too many lines to do that. We can do this temporarily just to see if we're on the right track. Oops. And then we jump to read again. You're empty for this one. It would have resulted in 11 again. Which is not correct. Yeah, so we need to explicitly set to 0 there, or I can also do, to double check my theories here is what I mostly want to validate before we figure out what else we're doing here. We would need to... We need to use accumulator for this because it's the only one we can do digit setting on. How big can that be? Is it only 3 digits? I think it's only 3 digits. We can test. Yeah, too large. Too large. Okay, so... Oh, we can still do this, though, because we have accumulator. So our read loop... If that is 0... Well, no, we can't do that either. We could do this. If it is, except for then that becomes a problem. I think I could loop through both of them and then send them in sequence to their respective pins, but I can't do that. I don't have enough registers for that. And I have to hold them until I send them. Which is tricky. Put them in RAM. I don't really want to do that though. I don't think. Is there... a way to get clever with these guys. Oh, hang on. What if these? I don't have any power outputs though. I could flip you. But then I would have to move. I'd have to have 3 power outputs to translate this into a signal. And nothing has 3 power. I could maybe do this work over here. Oh yeah, I know. I know. You were complaining. You're not connected. E1, E0. I need to get an X bus though. Okay, so then in both cases, otherwise I don't know if this guy's gonna be big enough. Probably not. I can't. I can sleep on that. Because you can sleep on an X, right? So, hang on. Just for funsies. can I say many operands? Oh. So you can sleep on a signal. That's interesting. But if it's 0, right, it's going to go to sleep for 100 here. Bet. It's probably longer than it has. Interesting thought, though. What if we just used you as an on switch? That eliminates some work. Everything's all the wrong way around, though, which is annoying. If we did that, you went down there. And then I need you to be able to get over here, though. Let me rethink this a second. Think it through for a second. So if we just did the sleep here, all right, then we could just sleep on waiting for a signal in X1. Then we have to consume the signal. We only save like a line or two. And we're short way more than that. I need to send 2 data packets essentially to these guys. Could use some RAM. But then I'm kind of in the same problem where I don't have a way to trigger it to empty into the display. I don't have enough room to do all that. Or do I? If I check you down here, nope, I can't do that because I need my outputs over there. Except for this needs read and write. I believe Where are you? This looks rather more complex than my initial assumption. I think I'm going to go to bed and ask how you solved it in the next one. Alrighty, yeah, more complicated than I expected too. You have yourself a good night there, Mr. Ash. We'll catch you next time. Got sidetracked. I was looking for the RAM chip. That's what I was looking for. Good luck with it, though. Appreciate you. Where did I put that dock on RAM? What's your name? You're 100P-14. Ah, there you are. All memory cells initialized to value of 0. Read and written A1 and A1, A0 and A1. Pointers. Oh, okay. I can read right over the same. Okay. That might be okay then. Reading from or writing to a data pin, the corresponding memory pointer will automatically increment to the next memory location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's one too many. Oh, A is for pointers, addresses, I guess, maybe. Address pins, yeah. Data pins. Okay, so... So I do need 2 pins to read and write. Crap, okay. This guy's way more overkill. I don't think I need RAM for this. Because each of these cells could store a full accumulator. And then I would have to use another pin to read through them. Or another controller, which maybe I would need anyway, you know. To be able to empty it, to read it out into these guys. That's not the right place. There you go. So... The trubs is, I just don't have enough space to do the digit set way. In both of these cases, though, could use like 3 of these guys to control the pins. Seems like a waste, though. We do still need to wait for this. I think we can shorten some of this. So either way, we're going to sleep for one. Except we can't do that. Because we need to read immediately starting when the button is pushed. Same time unit. So we can't do that. Here, though, okay, we can say if you're a hundo, how do I want to do this? But I can't do that because I would need to do and I can't really do that either. Because only ACK lets me digit set like that. Which is really handy for this, right? It would be the perfect solution if we didn't have to wait for everything to change our screen. Hmm. Because our registers are too small for 6 digits. We can't use ACK to accumulate as a counter and to hold data at the same time. That's kind of the main problem, right? Which is why I was doing this. But we have to test it again, I think. Let's test that theory. Can't hurt. Dupe, 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 dupe. Yeah, we have to test it again. And like we could come up with our own. So we have one X bus still left, right? So we could shoot packets over to another controller that would shove them in the right places if we had to. Rather not. Oh, okay. Hang on. So this guy, flip him around. He'll generate a binary signal. So, dupe. This can go into there. Now, that's on 0. So what we do is we say, still need some kind of an accumulator here. So we can say, okay, move X1. Well, no, it's still 0 is X1, sleep 1, 1 is X1, sleep 1, 2 is X1. And then we'd have to do it again. So maybe we say, if dad is 0, we do that. And then in both of these cases. Otherwise, and we need to do that. Otherwise, we move AC is the second half, x3, move dat x2. And then we go back to wait. Now, the problem here is that dat will never be 0 as it sits here. So this will only work for the first one in theory. But let's just give her a go. So that would be correct. We just need to shed like a line here. Because it goes quickly to poop. Actually, a little sooner than I thought. Oh yeah, because you're not. Yeah. It immediately starts changing stuff. So we need one line to go away. I can't guard a whole label, can I? No. No is the answer to that. I could maybe... I really need you to jump back up here, but also sleep, though. But if I didn't have this here, I could actually do end. Doesn't gain me anything lines-wise, though. Except for here, I can actually delete you then. So then we can instead say... Maybe. See if I can eliminate that duplicate sleep. That'd be real good. Could I put all of you down there? Maybe. And then you up there. Data 0. I move act to data. And I jump to read. Except... that's gonna shoot myself in the foot there. So I don't think I do that. I think this is going to mess up my... Let me just double check that theory. Yeah. Uh-huh. Doesn't sleep long enough to get to advance. Still need to shed one line. That's kind of redundant now, but it doesn't change my line count. Oh, actually, hang on. What if I get rid of this? Because we're only in here when we're reading things. Well, then I can't break out. Because I do need to jump back up there and repeat that. What if we did compare data to 0? Rather to 1. So data is greater than 1. We move that, we sleep, we jump. Well, no, we can't do that either. I don't think. 0, x1, sleep, 1, x1, sleep, 2, x1. Move you, sleep. But we can't sleep immediately either, which would kind of eliminate one of them, right? Could put you down here. That doesn't really gain me a ton. I would also have to move this there. Just becomes a little less readable, which isn't ideal. I don't have another accumulator to play with there to offset, to kind of like collapse this, right? Put these back here just because it's a little easier to read this way, and I don't think it's really gaining me anything. And I can't move it ahead of time. I would have to do one of these guys, I think. I just don't think there's a way around it with what the tools I have available to me currently. Dupe, dupe, so if it is, then that, otherwise sleep 1, then I can sleep there. I don't need this at all anymore, and then I can say that. Except for he's blocked on right. Because I didn't consume. Just an empty consumer line there, which is dumb, but you know. Oh, but then it's not. Okay. Wait, why don't you... Oh, I see. You need to sleep either way. That's what's going on. We had a mistake there. Other than that, it was looking pretty good. Let's start at the power button here, I suppose. We got our dealio, we consume it. Just to double check, we do need this, right? Pretty sure we do. Yeah, because it's waiting for it to be read. Okay. We get our 1. We start reading. Oh, it's because I think ACK didn't get reset. Yeah. So I'm actually going to send 0 here. And instead of this, I will consume you by moving you to ACK, which will reset you. No? Zero. Boop. Oh, crap. Because dat is 0 now. I never got this far, but do you need both blocks on the right? Would it be easier with one? I do need both. Yeah. Because these are turning on the lines. Because dat is 0 here. So I actually need dat to be like 1. Because it's going to get overwritten. I just need a value that I can reliably say. Oop, nope, that's not going to work either then. Because... Okay. That's select 0, but this, let's put that back to 1. There. That'll reset both, in theory. Yes. Oh, dang it. Okay, what do we got going on here? Let's get rid of this breakpoint. Okay. I probably should have put that sooner. We will, just to be sure, because it's far enough in here to be a pain. Okay. So we get our 1, get set. We get our immediate 1. We get 0. We get 0. Oh no, that... Oh, okay. I need a different number. 10. 10 won't exist in our data set. That's still 0 though. There. You dog. Because there are only possible signals only go up to 6. There. Nope. Still got something else going on. All right. Where are you at? Somewhere deep in my test cases. Okay. Oh, no, it can go. Okay. I'm dumb. Because it's 0 to 6, but we do it in 999. 999. Mess with me now. I dare ya. Because we're abusing the digits to encode data. There. Well, I did a lot less lines of code than some people did. Interesting. Wonder how they got... Like, the most people have the same production cost, but way more lines of code. How did they get more room? Wonder if they did more pre-processing over here or something. Anywho, I'm going to take that as a win. David is more Chinese than even a Chinese person. Nice. That would be kind of cool to have just like a electronics market like that. Anywho, precise dieting. Okay. Portable food scale. Tear function is 0 to display value when the power button is pressed. Okay. Weight is a simple input connected to a scale, calibrated for grams. Button is a simple input connected to a power button, power/0. Okay. Display is an X bus output corresponding to a numeric LCD screen. Turned on by pressing the button. While the scale is on, the display should be updated with the measured weight. Okay. Display is showing a value other than 0 when the button is pushed. The scale should 0 itself. The display is showing a value of 0 when the button is pushed. The scale should turn off and clear the display. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to need a big guy for this, just for sheer lines of code. We'll put you up here, I suppose. We'll put you right there, I suppose, but we'll be nicer about it. And that. Okay. I think we're going to use data as our state. Scale's initially off. So we'll say if you're equal to P1 and if then we will move 1 to data. Otherwise, move 0 to data. All right, that part's easy. And I want to double check. Well, that's going to do my on and off. If it's, then we need to also do, if it's not, can I read from the screen as well? Questions. Where are my docs? I can read. Okay. can read on T, can write. Oh no, this isn't the same. Dang it. Okay. I'm going to hope that I can read. We're going to find out. So, if you're not 0, or if you are 0, we're just going to turn you on. If you are 0, wait, if you're not 0, rather, yes. If you are 0, we'll turn you on. If you're not 0, if the scale is reading 0, or rather, not reading 0. This is gonna break. There's too many cases here, all jumbled up. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to label our states. I guess I could just do on. So we'll say in here, our top case, if this is a hundo, we'll have it on and off. So if this is 0, I'm going to jump to the off handler. If it's not, I can jump to the on handler. So the first thing we do in on, we just blindly do that. That's fine. It'll cost us a little power. Yeah, and a line. We'd have to check it anyway, right? We don't have the lines for that. We do need to know, though, we have to do this again. And I think actually, this is only if we're gonna have to check the POW anyway. Might be able to just do that. Which would save me some lines. So if you're on, if you are 0, move 0 to data. And then, I guess just jump to the end. This one is much easier. We just say that. And then here, otherwise, this is actually, or yeah. I also down here need to do that. Ooh, this is going to bite me though. I think this is wrong, but we're gonna see where we are here. So we get... It didn't work, right? What happened? This is P0. That's my problem. All right, let's try that again. So, to view, we jump to on. Oh, I should have displayed 0. Okay. Well, I got to 0 eventually. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to do the same thing I did here to make this binary. That's going to make that a lot easier, I think. Because then I can outsource, so to speak, my switch logic. Maybe. I do have accumulator as well. Well, then I still have to check if this is 1 or not. And I can't sleep for you, so I'm actually not going to gain anything doing that. So let's go back to this. Keep it as simple as possible, as long as possible. Okay, so... if it is... well, I can't do that either, because... I need to maintain the state. I think we still need on, and I think we still need off. Maybe we still need loop. Well, no, we don't need loop. We need to test if it's equal. If it is, well, no. That doesn't make sense either. I think I was closer. To the using that as the state. Which actually I can get rid of that, which just buys me a line, which is always nice. Uh, pardon me. If I want this to be immediately 0 if I push the button. So I'm pretty sure I still need an end, even if it's just a sleep 1, to jump to. If I'm off, and then I can do this on a positive, I can immediately jump to on. Otherwise, it'll sleep. If this is a hundo, if you're a 0, jump to off. This is the part that sucks because if this is equal to 100, then all this runs. If this is not equal to 100, this all gets skipped, and I run this, right? So we do, so I'm in here, this is 100, let's say. This is not equal to 0, right? Then I can say, I move 0 there, right? Oh, actually, okay, I need to know if I can read the screen or not. Because that might help some of this. If I don't have to track my own state. If I can just read that. Let's just try that. Okay, I can't read from the screen. That's what I needed to know. I derailed myself. But okay, so if I'm in here and I say, okay, great. This is 100. This isn't going to work. So we need to do... Oh, and I also probably need to... Yeah, I need to use accumulator as like an offset, basically. I derailed myself in my explanation again. Okay, so let's say this is 100, and let's say I could say read from this. I would say to turn off and jump to off. But if this was not 0, then I would, let's just say, move that, right? If this is not 100, then this will execute. It'll fall through, is the probs. So, issues. We can still, though... maybe get away from there. If this is 0, I can jump to off. And maybe I can say that I'm just gonna keep powering you off if you're sloppy, but like, eh? And then, well, no, I'm still gonna have that problem. Let's ditch this for a second and rethink a little bit here. If we intercept this up here, we can say, if this is a hundo, and this is 0, well, no, I also need to say, and this is 0. That I can do that. Or I can do something else. Because I'm burning too many lines on state here is my concern. What if, hang on, what if we go back to examining this idea with one of these guys flippy-floppied for binary, right? So then we can't sleep on you. We could use accumulator though. I think you continue to emit 0 here if you've been zeroed. Maybe? Let's just try. Yeah, so that's non-blocking basically. Good, good, good. So, put it in the accumulator. Then we can say, this might be a good place for compare. Maybe. But we'd have to compare you to 1. If you're 1, we go to on. If you're 0, we go to off. Otherwise, it falls through. And we can say, in the fall through case, if dat is 0, we go to off. Otherwise, we move you to dat. Sleep 1. I don't think I need to sleep 1. I might need that. If you're 0, we jumped off. Otherwise, we turn you off. Actually, can I jump to end there? Just sleep? No. And also I need you to, I think, evaluate. Wait, maybe not. Back is 1. Then these will both be disabled, so I don't need that. Okay, so this actually needs to go into I was on the right track, but this isn't quite what I want, I don't think. So, let me pull up my compare and make sure I'm getting this the right way around. Compare. If A is greater than B, so if AC is greater than 1, then here's where we need to say is dat equal to 0? If it is, that means the button has been pushed while we were in the on state. And there is a weight on there. It's not zeroed. Right? Value other than 0. Yeah. If data is 0, then we go to off. Now in the case where AC is, and I think I've got this backwards. Well, A greater than B, so AC greater than 1. So that's okay. And then we jump to off. Otherwise, I'm going to let on handle it, I think. In the case where it's not, I would jump off as well, though, to let off handle itself, which is just to move -999 x3 and move 0 to AC, and then you fall through to end. So what I should be doing here, I think, is saying if you're greater than 1, then I need to do that. Or I can just say do I even need this? Am I overthinking this? Do I let on handle you? If ACK is greater than 0, or actually, if it's less than 1, I can just jump to off. Right? This needs to say is ACK greater than 1? If it is, move X0. No, I've got this backwards. Yeah, dummy. X1. That's still X0. No, I don't have that backwards. There. P1 rather. To dat. And then sub 1. We've done our reset. And then this, move P1. Ooh. I need a place to put the weight. Crap. I need ACK to do my math. I can't use ACK for state. Can't use DAT for state either. So I could do this. I could label that as off. Everything below here is on. Okay, maybe I'm onto something here. So we move 0 there, right? That's our power on. I need to throw away a line just to do that. We initialize that and we're in operating mode. Okay, now in operate, we do move you to dat. We can't do that though. If you're greater than 0, can't do that either, though. Well, actually, I can. I can indeed. I think. No, because this is going to continue to be 0. But that's all right, because if you're greater than 0, I move P1 to dat. Now, otherwise, I actually need to check here. If AC is greater than 0, then I jump to off. Or no. If it's equal to 0, I jump to off. Otherwise, that needs to go there, though. Okay, then my normal operation here is to I need to do math. So I need to move P1 to AC. Then I need to sub-dat move AC to X3. All right, good. As part of off, I also need to do that. Okay. What have I overlooked? I've overlooked asleep. Oh, because you are always shit. Do that as well. But I've overlooked the fact that this is going to constantly be sending. can gain a line back by doing that, but... I don't need that. Because we'll move you anyway. You'll be 0 input. I can't do this. I'll need to do that someplace else. If this guy isn't going to help me in any way, I might as well not use him like that. I don't think I want to do that, though. I want to do that. And then here... I'm going to do this. If you're not, sleep 1, jump back to off. These guys will take care of themselves in this dang to keeping the code in the right loop, I think. So we sleep. Did you not? Oh. Do that the correct way around, it'll help. So, we're turned on. We check if we got a button. Oh, actually we do still, though. Problematic. What if we did this after? Is that timing correct? So we get our 0 out like we expect. We're just living that 0 life. 19 comes in, 19 goes out. 32, 12, and 0. First test case passed. We turn off. Perfect. Wait, why didn't we turn off? Because shit. I'm going to shorten you so that I can move that. And then here, I can add a sleep. My timing might still be a little scuffed. get us through to here. Turn off. Okay, that's correct. All right, we're looking good. Perfect. Love it. EGA 33x6. Pushy stall vendor. Nearly stuffed these in my pockets. Nice. Undocumented chips. Okay. Cool. I like undocumented chips. I assume that they are in my playground of things. PGA 33x6. Is that in the docks? Probably not. Oh, they are. It's in Chinese, though. So, you know. PGA, programmable gate array? I don't know. There's a crazy looking... I really don't know how to... I would have to, like, translate that. I don't know how to interpret it. Okay. We're going to do a couple more games of Solitaire, and then I'll probably call it a day for today for streaming. I got a couple other things to do. Okay, I could put you here. You can live here. Or over here, rather. Which might be my only play. You could go here. That puts you here. YOLO. That's all I got going with those. Only options. Okay, that could go there. This could go there. I'll get this freed up over here. I've got you buried. Everything's buried. That's the wrong color. If I put those up there, yeah, this is going to get me all of that up there, which isn't huge, but I mean, it's helpful every little bit, right? If I put you up here and you up here, that breaks that free. I could swap those and get me a free spot, which would be nice. Let's do it. YOLO. Now, what to do though? You could come over here. I would need a 5. I could swap. That would get to go over there. Gets me one more dragon free. Wait, wouldn't give me a dragon free at all. Put you somewhere. Gets that up there. It's a 9, which brings that over here. And then you could come here. Okay, let's... It feels like a trap. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. Like so. If I put you here, you come out of there. I've got a box in the way. I'm so close to getting the green dragons out of there, which would really get me closer. Except for I'd be a little bit stuck with the red ones. You here, that there. box there, that there. Then the 9 is there, blocking my boxes off. And the 9, I guess I could move, I could swap. It's a 3 out. I think I've lost track of a card in the shuffle there somewhere, though. 5, 4. Leaves me with another 5. I could shove. I think that's my only play anyway. Oh, crap. That's really bad. I did lose track of a card in the shuffle. I think I'm boned. Yep. Alright. Not a lot to work with here. Couple things out there. Threes are in my way. There's a 6. Need a couple of them. I would put you there and you there, and then I have a 7 still that's in the way. Oh, all 3 of these green guys stacked up there. Pain in my butt. You're buried. You're buried. If I pull you out, you have nowhere to go because you're green, just like this guy is. If I pull both of you out, you could live here for a second. That would pop that up. That would give one of my 5s a place to live. And then the 4 could come back to him. So I guess we can do that. We gain we shuffle a card up to the top and then have an ordered stack. That's all nicely ordered up, but so I can put you up there and get you down here, freeze up that as well, or that. If I do that one, I can pull you over to get a free space. Oh, did I just immediately not do what I was thinking I was? Yeah, I did. Idiot. Alright, well, we can do that. It's not too disastrous. If I do that, then you can come over here. That gets us a box dug out of there. But I don't have a ton of places to go. I can do this. Or I can do this. This gets me a sword out. And then I've only got to deal with this stack. Let's do this. Eight here. If I pull you out, 8 could come here. That frees up another box, but I still got sword trubs. The 1 goes up though. Then I get the 9. The 8 comes back into a stack. Wait, hang on. You up here. I don't want to put you up there. I want to shoehorn myself in too badly. You here, 8 here, 7 onto there. 1 goes up, 9, 8 comes back. Yeah, okay. 8 comes back, 9 goes over, swords come out. I put you up here, you over here, then I free up boxes. They come out. 987, 987. Swap you guys around. 6s. 5, 4. There we go. Spread you guys out enough to get you up there. Done. One more. Ugh, it was almost a gift. Now it's a curse. Okay. So you could come here. You could go there. You could go there. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Oh, it is worse than I thought. No, we can get you. We can get you out. There we go. That's okay. Good. Much better than I was fearing. Okay, you can go live up there. 7, 6. My 5s. There's a 5 there. Could move you. That'd get you free. You can come over here to get that one free. You can come over here to get that one free. There we go. Swords out too. Love it. That can go there. Don't get too hasty. 9, 8, 7. 6, 5, 4, 3. Let's get this pulled out as a stack. Let's swap these so that we can build. 7, 6. 7, 6, 7, 6. 3, 2 will fly up there. That's fine. 9, 8, 7, 6. 9, 8, 7, 6. I need my 5s to come out, so I'm going to do that. Other way around, though. 4, 3. Oops, wrong colors. There we go. Perfect. All right. I'm going to call that a day for the stream. Thanks for coming to hang out. It was good to see y'all. If you like this kind of thing, normally I do real code, and I usually stream for about 2 hours, 4 days a week, starting tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central and ending on Monday. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, like getting wicked sick like I did Monday, I'll be here tomorrow, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have